Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia dev. Happy to have you all here with me. Sorry for starting a little bit late today. Oh my gosh, I've been doing some mind-bending, mind-numbing tasks that have nothing to do with Insignia per se. Mostly just migrating my entire email and web host solution, which is, I do not wish that upon my worst enemies. It's such an annoying task to do because it requires cutting your bungee cord on like all of your emails. It's like, I'm going to delete everything and hope that it shows up on the other side after I terminate the link between my old DNS and my new one. It's scary. I think I'm okay. I still got to migrate everything to my phone. I got to sign my phone into the new email address. But this hopefully means that I'll just have a bit better control over the websites, over my emails, stuff like that. I'm using a really old service that's I wasn't getting much for it, and it was just like a plan that I started like 15 years ago. So it just wasn't very good value for money. Okay. So today on the stream, what are we doing? We're doing quests. Haven't had much time to work on the game this morning, but I'm going to do my very best to get in there. Let's fire it up, shall we? I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat right now. Welcome to who are we welcoming? Fun TV and Helena Moorfield on YouTube, and everybody who's here on Twitch, especially Rusty Biscuit, first time chatter, welcome. Also big thanks to Glaive King for the most recent follow and Crispy by the way for the most recent subscription. Thank you. All right. I have an idea. If I move the table this way, I'll be more in view. Now I just need to move my desk also that way. That will help me get more out of my desk. One sec. Okay, now I'm here. That's better. It's just that this is, oh, it's even more in the way now. That's not very good, is it? We don't want this here, but that's now like so far at the edge of the table. I guess. How did I get this so good before? I guess I had the desk more like, I think I know what it is. I think I had this more like this. And this more like this. And then me further across this. No, that doesn't seem right. I don't even know how I was doing. This isn't right. This all needs to come back this way. But now I'm very locked in. I think I had it like that before. It's okay. Something's still not quite right about it. Who moved my cheese? Gosh, haven't thought about that in a while. That's a book, right? Yeah, okay. And then... I think I read that book. Okay. All right, are we good? Are we comfortable? Energy drink in the wrong spot. Almost. All right, I think we're fine now. I'm not, there's so many things I'm not happy with. If I move this over, does that give me, oh, unfortunately. And then the only way to, yeah. Okay. Is to do this, is to turn everything that way. And then my issue is, do you know what I need? I think what I need is one of those mouse pads that's like the entire desk. Because my mouse pad right now, it's in this awkward spot where it overlaps with my keyboard. And so the keyboard's gonna rock back and forth in this space. The other thing I could do is, I know what I do. I just need to shift all of this further that way again. I just need to exactly stay where I am. I just need to stay exactly where I am. But then move. You see my cool pants? Move this. That way. Okay. So that now this goes this way. Still a bit out of the way. But now I've got more space in front of me for activities. Oh, I think we're good now. Oh, look at how far I can bring this forward. All right, we're back. Oh, that's just nice and, well, mostly nice and comfortable. Oh, it's the worst. Hang on, I bring this way. Bring that there. Sorry, pals. This is extremely important right now. I'm doing some serious business. Oh no. Okay. Well, I've reached the limit of what I can do to adjust things, and I'm just gonna have to accept that. All right. Yeah. Well, what's happening is I'm getting like a really sore shoulder, like every day. And I'm trying to figure out what it is that's causing my shoulder to be so sore. And it's the way that I'm using my hand is wrong. Like I'm having to lean into my left elbow. So anyway, it's since I got this new chair, that's why. All right, pals, let's do some work. Sorry about that. I've been really out of sorts today. Just getting the stuff that I was doing done was such an incredible feat because of how there were so many emails that I had to, email accounts that I had to migrate and change and unhook that I'm still a bit traumatized from it. Especially because there are certain things where if an account is a Gmail account, my YouTube account was tied to my YouTube account was tied to an email address that was a Google account, but the address was at a non-Google, a non-Gmail address. Everything was tied to that. And I wanted to migrate that to Workspaces, or at least the address, not the account. And doing that was like email spaghetti. There was just so many things I had to watch out for that were going to ruin my everything and leave me locked out of all my accounts if I wasn't careful, that I just needed to be extremely cautious about it. And I think I dodged a couple bullets there. I think I'm okay. All right. Man, I'm not feeling, what's the word? Disciplined today, mentally. I'm feeling a little bit ADHD. I think I'm just very tired. So we're going to open up Unity Hub and we are going to make this, close that, do this, and then boom, here we go. Yeah, I don't even think I have ADHD. I think I've just got like the chronic sleep apnea just puts me in a headspace where I'm not able to have good executive function. And so when I just haven't slept, it's like, or at least I don't know how the quality of my sleep is until like later on in the day. I also just get into these like fits of anxiety where I just can't like rest my mind on one task. But I think I can slow down. Take a breath. I think it like presents as a little bit ADHD-ish because of how difficult it is to focus when I'm feeling it. Like I probably could have got diagnosed as a kid, but it's not how I want to treat it. Because when I'm well rested, I have quite good focus, I think. So I don't want to medicate the wrong thing. All right. So, what are your thoughts on this? Okay, sure. Perfect distraction. What are we looking at? This is like my genre thing. But what is the colors? Network community. Okay, so these are just clustered as like general Metroidvania clusters. Okay. Blood Red, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Yeah, okay. Let me see if I can interpret this. Because for me, I would have said like I see soldiers, I see Monster Sanctuary, 9 Souls, Blasphemous 2, and The Last Faith. And I think, okay, this is modern indie classic style Metroidvania. This is like modern Symphony of the Night games, but it's not, because Symphony of the Night is all the way over here. And all of these games are, I guess, just old games. But then Hollow Knight sits right across from them. Like, this is Metroidvania at its core. Soulsvania. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess this is Souls-inspired Metroidvanias. This is classic Metroidvania. Down the bottom here, Cave Story, I guess La Mulana. This is more like indie casual, I suppose. You can't really see it very well. Let me bring this back. Let me do a little gamer move here. So, yeah, I mean, this is, I guess, more indie. I'm not sure. I mean, Hollow Knight doesn't have a parry, but like, meh, I don't know. And then Axiom Verge, Guacamelee, Death's Gambit. I mean, this is also indie. Infernax, are these like more Metroid-y? Or is it just that these are different communities? And then I would say these ones feel more like platformers to me, I guess. Iconoclasts is here? How does Iconoclasts sit so far from like Cave Story? I guess backtracking, more backtracking there. I would have put Iconoclasts like all the way down here. It's one connection away from Valdis Story, which I've never heard of. So interesting. This is cool. I'm gonna have to think a lot about whether or not Insignia sits on this. I don't brand it as one, but I really like a lot of these games. Like, let me just say where Insignia's, I would say, like, direct references are here. Like games that when I'm working on Insignia, games that I actually think about as similar to Insignia, or like at least worth considering in like how I think about the game. So like Iconoclast is definitely something that Insignia is trying to be in the same vein as. I would say Cave Story is there as well, for sure. I think a little bit about Symphony of the Night, but not a lot. I don't think much about Hollow Knight. Ori is definitely there as well. There's some Ori stuff in there. People mention it all the time when I'm working on the game that it reminds them of Ori. And then Soldiers as well is sort of, I just know that game, it shares a lot of DNA with Insignia, but I don't know if it's a good game or how similar it is. And then, I mean, Blasphemous is sort of got the similar connection. There's not a lot here. I mean, Momodora was one. That was a big one. But again, Insignia isn't really, I mean, like superficially, it looks like a lot of these games. But in how you play it, like Iconoclast is not a Metroidvania, in my opinion. I don't know why it's here, because I don't think you do any backtracking in that game. And there's some, it's about as much as Insignia, where it's like you're going chunk by chunk through the story, and then like you might come back later. I don't know how much backtracking there is though in general. Maybe it's a lot more like Insignia. Maybe it's a lot very similar. So again, like I struggle with this because, and do you know what? It's totally possible that when Insignia is done, I'll put it right here. And there are a few features that I'm sort of thinking about. One of them is fast travel. And the other one is a map. Without these two things, Insignia as a game, as a Metroidvania, it's off the table. As soon as you put a map in there, and then the question of how foundational is the map to exploring the game? Like, do you need the map? And especially if the map looks like one of these. You know, as soon as you're in this space where the player's like, how do I get from A to B? What do I do? I feel like once you see this, now you're in Metroidvania territory. As soon as the player is bringing this up to figure out where they go next, it's a Metroidvania, and no more has to be said about it. But I don't even think Insignia will necessarily have one of these. That's the tough part, because I don't know if, I mean, I've got scene graph, but like scene graph doesn't, like the thing about this that makes it what it is that it knows where it isn't. Now it's these indices, these places where the grid goes, are what you call Euclidean. So like this is here. And if this was like a level and I'd half unlocked it, right? And I see this, I can guess that there's something here. That's like, to me, that's foundational to what a Metroidvania is. That moment where you say, hang on a second, I haven't been here before. I can see there's a door here. I'm going to go, and I'm standing. Sorry, chat. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. I updated my NVIDIA driver. I was hoping that would be it, but looks like it's not. I honestly don't know what. I genuinely don't know what we need to do to stop these blue screens. It's like daily now, but it's only when I'm streaming. Are we uninstalling Edge Web View now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's really bothering me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Stream from a different computer for a while? It'll be the same thing as well, I bet. Do you have OBS? Well, OBS has to be running. That's how you watch the stream. If OBS isn't running, you're not watching. And it doesn't crash when I'm not streaming. Yeah. Don't know. I reinstalled the NVIDIA driver yesterday. What was it? Event Viewer? Oh no, it was Windows. What was it called? Debug. And then we had to go. There's like a crash dump. I think I know where it is. It'll be the same thing, I'm sure. It'll be the same thing. Thankfully. Do you think it's a good sign that it's a driver thing? Like, that it's not a RAM thing? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's not RAM. How do I test to see if the RAM is causing issues though? Mini dump. Access to path is denied. How do I run as administrator? I hate what they've done with the right-click menu. Oh, it's probably because it's open already in a different... Access is denied. But I'm me. Howdy, McNeil. Price point? Under 30 USD, probably. I can't seem to open. My RAM, I wish. Windows 8. I didn't mind Windows 8. Access to the path is denied. Why? What if I just, hey, buddy, what if you just do me a favor and just go to the desktop? How about that? Show more options. Okay, I'll remember that next time. Oh, run this as admin, duh. Okay. So... What? Uh-oh. Where is the dot? It is the kernel thing, but it's not Edge anymore. Maybe it is the RAM. Yeah. What is the difference? Well, it was definitely something, a driver trying to access memory that didn't exist. And maybe that is a RAM issue. It's really annoying because it's, I don't know if, I mean, I guess I could go take the RAM back. Why does it say your OS is Windows 10 if you're on Windows 11? Honestly, I don't know. I mean, I'm on Windows 11, so I don't know what to say about that. What is image USB? I don't want that. I want mem. Oh, you have to do mem test. How does this work? How would I do mem test on? On the RAM? Boots from a USB flash drive to test RAM. I see. I have to get a USB drive. Right. Do I do that? Can I do that now, or would I have to do that? Yeah, I have to boot from the USB. Okay. Well, I guess it's something that I'll check. I'll look into it. There's one other thing I could do, which is I actually haven't done that. If it crashes again, we'll definitely know. Okay. I just want to see if I grab this, check to see if that's associated with RAM stuff. Is Hi. Yeah, more blue screen of death. Yeah, I am using DDR5. They're like brand new sticks. Anyway, let's just carry on as if that didn't happen. So what I was saying was, before I rudely interrupted myself by my computer having a blue screen of death, was that basically for Insignia to be a Metroidvania, I think that we would need to see for me to think of it as a Metroidvania, I would need to have implemented a map basically like this. And without a map like this, Insignia would be something like we've got scene graph, right? And scene graph's got a bunch of boxes that are just sort of disparate. I don't really think that supports players doing the same kind of thinking about what's missing unless I conform these to very specific constraints. So like rather than do this, when I render it to the player, it would need to be like this, these two, and it would need to be really obvious. And the problem with that is that we've got overlapping levels. So like there are levels where it's like, you know, their sizes are different, everything's different about them. So you're not really, you know, something like Animal Well, the height of the room is dependent on how much space they have. You know, if I wanted to put a room here, I can't make this room taller than this. This doesn't work in a classic Metroidvania. You could go smaller for sure, but you couldn't go taller. Whereas Insignia doesn't have this problem because just never needed, we never needed to solve that. I just didn't need, I haven't built the game on like Euclidean space. So, you know, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm sort of, I think the game is its own thing that has its own, you know, fun and makes sense its own way. Like, if you play a game like every Zelda game is like this, by the way. Every single Zelda, except for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, is like this, as far as I know. Because if you go and play like Ocarina of Time map, like they don't give you a map, you know. These are just levels. So when you go, you know, from Hyrule Field to Lon Lon Ranch or whatever, how do you get to Lon Lon Ranch? Like you just show up here, but like how is this oriented relative to this? I'm pretty sure it's, well, it's here, isn't it? No, that's Kokiri Forest. What am I thinking? It's over here? Right, it's there. So like, does this fit into that space? Definitely not. Right? It just isn't, it just is a bigger space than the space that encompasses it in Hyrule Field. So the question is, like, does that matter? I mean, you never get presented with a view like this in Ocarina of Time. You just never see this in the game. Looking at it like this, it actually makes Insignia look pretty big, if I'm being honest. This is tiny, what the hell? Castletown's pretty dense. But, I mean, this is like, look at the regions. They're just not that big, are they? I suppose in Insignia, like, this would be one level, and then like that would be one level, and then like maybe that would be another level or something like that. But anyway, the point is, this is how my game is built. And because of that, there's no real reason to, it's not something where you would ever go, well, I'm here in Kakariko Village. I bet you there's somewhere I have to go through here because I see a big empty spot on the map. That's the major thing. And if you look at games like Twilight Princess, it's the same thing. The game is built basically the same way. And I mean, Hyrule Field has its own, like this is kind of a map of, I think pretty sure it's like a map of Hyrule Field. Although, wait, Twilight Princess might be mostly Euclidean actually. There's like the big overworld, which is, Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Kill me. Right. Like, I think you can walk from, well, not the temples, but in the overworld. I'm pretty sure you can like be in Lake Hylia and walk, you know, through Hyrule Field and then into the Elden region and then go Kakariko Village. I'm pretty sure you can walk the whole place. Yeah, it's pretty consistent like that. Anyway, let's leave it. All right. So back to opening up Insignia. Maybe bad RAM is why my Unity instance got corrupted. Hey, Dr. Doggo, welcome. Thank you so much. Oh, that's not right. Let's call it 40 minutes. I'm not really sure how long it's been. I hope it's not RAM, just because it's expensive. Not that expensive. I mean, it'd be better RAM than anything else, but still. Okay. So we wanted to do quests. Let's focus on that. It is easy to replace. That's true. But I mean, look, if it was the graphics card, that'd be easy to replace too. It's more just that, like, I bought RAM like twice in the last year already. I just don't feel like buying more RAM. Where are we? This was yesterday. We did that. I think we got to do the horseshoe quest. Or we can do sword accessory. That works. And accessory tutorial. I think those are good too. Those are worth doing. It's now 3:30, so let's make this work. All right. These are definitely going to take me a bit longer, but now we have time for them. So, the logic here is the first time you make something or get something, there should be a little sequence where we get taken through, let's call this accessory tutorial. And we'll put it over here on equip menu. I've done something like this before. It shouldn't take too long. It should be relatively straightforward because it's all solved in the game. So this is an in scene, in engine cutscene where Armin describes equipping stuff to the player. Let's say no equipping stuff and automates, and the menu automates accordingly. So first thing we do is should probably happen the first time you get an accessory. Does it matter what it is? I think in chapter 1 at least, you should be able to equip the first item, whatever it is. But I could lock you in so that you can't. I could force you to go into the shack and make a sword and then equip the sword before you do anything else. Is it possible to break this if we don't get an accessory until way later in the game, and the first one we get is too big for the player to equip? They have an incredibly low skill ceiling to master, but it's not about using them, it's about combining them and doing the combinations. They're just one input. I mean, they're all the same. They're all just L and then a face button. So does it matter what it is? Is it possible to break? For now, let's just do some steps. So I'll equip this now maybe. And then menu opens at equipment. It's literally just press A 4 times. It's press pause and then press A. Selects empty slot. Selects first item. That's actually the most straightforward thing in the game. This is the easiest tutorial of my life. I just got to automate pressing A 4 times. So this is going to basically replace the old designs tutorial. So there used to be a special menu where Armin would say, I'll place my designs here, which is this one. For now, I'll keep these here. This is kind of what we're already doing, but we're just going to make a new one basically, because it's not designs now, it's accessories. Yeah, of course, it has control support right now. So, equipment tutorial. Let's go. Window. What are we? Scriptable object window. We're looking for a story sequence. What do I call this? Event sequence. Okay. Guitar Hero controller. I mean, technically, I suppose it would. So let's add a new timeline for this and a quest flag. Save it like a bunch of times. For some reason, it tends not to. Oh, I think I might have fixed that. Force player on quest update. Allow retriggering. Allow player control. Far camera. Show HUD. I don't think I need any of that set to true. Condition required to play. I don't even think I need that. But maybe I need a test that you... There is a condition, but the condition is that you crafted a design. Do I have quests for that? I guess I have an inventory check. Or iron sword design forged is true. Nice. And we force it to play straight away. Right, so you're going to come in here, forge an iron sword, and then it's going to play. Wow, I made a cool system. All right. So now, I guess this is the kind of thing that should probably live anywhere. I guess for now we'll just create it in an empty thing here. So this is oh, thank you so much. Hey, Casey Shuffle. So boom, and then sequence player, and then director. You go there. You don't play on awake. I think you play unscaled. And then the sequence is the equipment tutorial. Okay. And then now we can go and actually, oh, this playable goes there. And then we can create a dialogue track. And we can chuck this into that and then load in equipment tutorial, load the dialogue. That's Armin saying the things. Then we need an automation track. Which I thought I had one of these. Let me save this for now and then see how I implemented it at the end. Because at the end of chapter 1, I've got one that's just like this that's done quite recently. So it's the last sequence with Harriet. And we've got a thing called menu automation. Oh, I'm just calling this is menu automation, and it's just using event markers. Okay, sure. That's what I thought might be the case. I might just use my scene template. Grab all of these. Paste them here. And this is, I missed one called system. Okay. So back to our timeline. We're going to have an event marker track, and we need a thing called menu automation, which can live on this. Boom, boom, boom. So we press start, and then we press jump, I think, or forward, as in forward through the menu. Nah, not animation, automation, different thing. And then we literally press forward and then forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. But put that there. Dick, doop, doop. There, easily done. And then start to exit. Let's see. Great. We need to get the components from outside. Yes, yes, yes. No. So I guess we need to check to see if this is trying to play. Where's my on load check? It might not be right. Well, let's have it just, well, actually, I can put an interactable in there to force it to play. See you, Meowj. How do I get this working? I think I need to just test that it's trying to play. Well, we can do that by just first going to the, we want to load up the scene so that we already have the equipment that we need. Cool. So, Iron Sword. And then over here on sequences, we can go 1, 2, 3. Okay, it doesn't even try. So I'm not actually entirely certain by what mechanism this condition is being checked. I should check that. not playing and is not null. Prepare for next sequence. Oh, I'm typing well today. It feels really good. This is going to return null. So what we're going to hope for here is that when we actually finish crafting that thing, that, so here it's already trying equipment tutorial sequence, cannot play equipment tutorial. And it tried it a few times, which is fine because we haven't crafted it yet. Bump, 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 boom. Cannot play. Oh, I wonder if it's a race condition between the toggling this to true. And the like the check for this versus this being set to true. It might not actually be set to true at all. There should be a word for that. So we finish this, we call this, we close it, we reset, and then we prompt the sequence. But what about this thing? What's using this event? Because what I think we need to be looking for is in design. We didn't have the, whatever that thing is, that the operand has different operands for evaluate design, and then design inventory contains. So we've got this design.status. That's what I'm looking for. When is design.status being set to true? If the design inventory contains the key and design, these look the same to me. Forged and known are the same. Unknown is not in inventory. Design inventory contains key. Forged happens when? Is in inventory. These are identical. Maybe I just don't have, maybe I don't support this yet. It's a tough one because I haven't really, I mean, right now in my design inventory check, I don't think I do anything to count how many there are. But there are statuses. So when does forged get used? Wait a second. Why can't we just check? Duh. Why can't we just do that? I didn't even support this. I didn't even build the functionality yet. Well, that'll teach me. So, still not right. I need an easy way to check these aspects of the inventory and stuff like that. I'd love like some sort of log system. I mean, we've got the log, but how else are we going to check this? Like, I mean, if I go to designs, it's there, but oh, do you know what? I should have a thing in the thing that tells me that I've forged it or not. I should have a thing in the actual UI so that the player knows, and then I'll know and the player will know. We'll both know. If I'm storing the information, why am I hiding it from the player? So am I not using... I'm not writing anything in that space. I suppose I could put the I don't know. When would I want this? Where would I want to put it? I guess I'd want to put it like, maybe just like here for now. A little like tick if you forged it. Is this a horizontal list? Oh, it is. Okay, well, I'll just put you out here then, won't I? But I can't do that because that's going to stack. Is it? Oh, okay. Well, I suppose I could just place it here. It's not going to hurt anybody, is it? $60 and $40. Those look like good numbers. Okay. So it's a little bit it's a little bit cheap for now, but at least I'll know. And then this is like confirmation or like forged seal. Ah. Okay. Let's go. Hi. You were watching, oh, you teleported here from a cooking video. Well, I'm making a game. There's not a lot of, you can cook in the game a little bit. Okay. So we have not equipped it, which means it's not tracking this. What's it called when I search for your way of creating small preview cutscene of in-game abilities? Oh, the little GIFs? What do you call that? I don't know. What do you call that? True, false. So known. Ah, wow. Okay. So we're not actually storing this yet. Ability preview. Yeah, like animated preview or something like that. This is not, we're not actually storing correctly. We're never changing the status of a design from known to forged ever. So I think confirm craft action sounds like the right spot. I think it's right here. Sounds like a good spot to do it. So oops. No worries. Of course I'm reading your comments. This is a little bit loose because we should probably, I mean, we might be able to, well, you can't forge things that you don't know because you can't select things to forge if you don't know them. So that should be fine. It's a little awkward though. There might be a better way to do this of, like right now it's just a sorted list, but like if I gave it its own little struct and gave it some access methods, that would be a little bit smoother. This is such a big script, 600 lines, because of that reason. There's like 5 different inventory types that are being created here that are mostly all just lists and dictionaries, but there's a bunch of functions to add to and remove from those lists and dictionaries that are unique to them. It's not particularly nice, unfortunately, but we should at least be able to get away with this now. Whoa, 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 look. We got it. Preparing sequence. Down here. It's ready. It's ready to play the sequence. So it correctly added it to the list, and this checked after that was the case, which is great. It just isn't playing by default because I don't have an event for crafting an item. I have an event for setting a flag, which is this force play on quest update. That doesn't really work for this because designs are not quests. They're not quest flags. So I mean, we could just check it. So I just do this, I do this, and then on this thing here, I do a quest, like equipment. What do I call these things? State manager? I don't even know. What do I call this? Condition interactable. I have a condition behavior. And then I have a condition state manager. And I can plug this into there and I can set this to play when this condition becomes true. And the operable is going to be the sequence player. And this does not need an interactable because you're not going to interact with it to fire it. It's going to fire when, again, when the design of the iron sword is known, play. That will work, but it doesn't fulfill our original thing here of the first time you get an accessory. Right now it's, oh, you're asking, oh, Ukanu Nomoro, you're asking how I record that? Sorry, I thought you meant like, what is it? I use the Unity Recorder package, but I'm actually producing a video, a YouTube video tomorrow, literally tomorrow, about how I do it for pixel art games. and how I get them nice and like looking good in pixel art. It is a sponsored video, yes. So yeah, if you're interested, check back like on the weekend on my YouTube channel, and there'll be a full tutorial about how to do that. Ding, 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 ta-da. Still nothing. Ah, this is known, but it needs to be forged. Oh, there we go. Okay, but the menu automation failed. So I'll put this back to forged, which was the actual condition we were checking for. Let me make sure that still works that way without me tinkering with it in real time. Nice. Okay, so why is this wrong? Why don't you like this? Well, it looks like, let's have a look. It looks like there is no active menu because it's not pausing the game correctly. Let's look at the timeline. Yeah, it just didn't do it. Okay. Is there a force menu open thing on the menu automator? Oh, open menu. Okay, that's what I wanted. And I guess this should be close menu. Cool. But I can't skip forward through this because input is locked. How did I do this? In the other scene. I lock it at a certain point, and then these play, but the menu is locked. Set locked to true. And I don't unlock it. Open menu locks it. It presses some buttons, and then sets locked to true? I'm confused. I'm trying to understand how I let the player continue through this button, through these buttons. This music is a Final Fantasy, but there might have been Stardew Valley earlier. It's all custom. Gillen? Yeah. The timeline itself is not custom, but all of these track types are. So it's really just my fault. Open menu, down, 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 down. Hide dialogue. Set locked. Thanks. So what's the problem here? Interesting. It might actually be that maybe not doing this isn't enough. Maybe we do need to do it. I don't know. Like, I mean, opening the menu, hide small shot from scene, down, down, right, forward. Yeah. I don't mind this idea of hiding the dialogue, but I don't know if that helps. I'm not sure why that one doesn't seem to have any logic to handle this kind of thing, and yet still works. So let's do a hide dialogue clip. I think it's a good idea anyway. And then these two, I want them both to be lower part of the screen. Okay. There's nothing really different about it. It's really the same sort of setup. Boom, boom, boom. Ta-da. It could be, do you know what it could be? It could be that there's a system for this that shows dialogue above, like what we're looking at right now, this Armin talking here. There's a system that has text like Armin's text for when you're hovering over the items. I'm just not sure. It could be because the game's paused. No. Like the time scale it's not checking for inputs. I guess we just got to check. It's tough because typically you would see, you would see the little feather bouncing up and down. I'm not sure why that's not showing either. It's just an image. It's got an animator on it. Probably should work on unscaled time. Not that that has any bearing on anything really, other than the visual. Okay. Well, at least it looks better. I'm not sure what has focus right now. So Yeah, so right now the menu is tracking the input. I see. And the menu's not locked. So locking the menu frees up input for the dialogue system. That's why I had it in the other thing. I probably could have just blindly copied it, how I had it in the other cutscene, but it's hard. I should probably do like an annotation or something there, just so that I know what the hell I'm doing. So let's add an annotation clip track. Wait, so how are we? Now, the thing is, it's already locked when I open the menu. And what does bring dialogue forward do? Okay. But it can't be locked because it's checking if it's not locked here. Unless we haven't actually checked. More assumptions. Okay, menu is locked. So I'm wrong. Hello. Hey, Grumble. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Okay. Yeah, menu is locked, which means I don't know why we're not catching inputs. I thought that was a bit weird before as well. All right, well. I guess like the sequence player, no, like how does that? See you, Grumble. What am I doing here? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm trying to figure out how do I advance through the menu? Is it something that I do in sort of like dialogue engine, do proceed? Proceed returns this. This gets set by something. Player input control. Whoa, really? No way. Oh, shoot, that sucks. That's really bad. But I guess this can't not be. It literally, it's impossible that this isn't getting called. Player input control, I think, gets called all the time. It can't not be. It's impossible. Yeah, okay. Okay. So now I'm still really lost. This is set to true. Thank you, thank you. You can wishlist Insignia right now on Steam. No, it's not catching the input. What the hell? What the heck? Hey, G Drizzy. Thank you so much. Welcome. I'm actually like totally lost on this. So hang on. We've got to forge this. Ding, 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 go. Go. That's good. So far, so good. Okay. This 1, if this turns into a 2, then we know what's up. If this turns into a false true, so like, what? Neither of them are showing up. It's false true, which is to say that engine.doProceed is not true ever in this context. But proceed is set to true. What? What? I don't understand. How is that possible? How could that possibly be? Because we know that proceed gets set all the way here in player input control, which gets set. This is like, I hate that I'm using a singleton for this. This is like one of the first things I ever wrote. But set proceed never gets called. So that's just nothing. As far as I know. Man, this stuff's really bad. This stuff's really, really bad. All right, this is some spaghetti. This is some like Adam doesn't know how to program yet 2016 stuff. So what we really want to do here, what we really, really want is we need to check when this is getting set to false. Under what conditions? Mum's biscotti. That's it. It's set on start, which is whatever. It's set here, which we never call, and it's set here, which we know is true, when we are pressing this. Wait a second. Engine is fast equals. Oh my gosh, Adam, what is this? Proceed and fast both get set to any of these is true. And jump down is literally just if we press the button. And this is set. Whoa, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Wow, you literally don't have input control in the game whatsoever. It is vintage code. You don't have input control whatsoever unless, let's break this out into words that make sense to me. If it's not the case, I think I made this more complicated. If it's not the case that we're in a menu or no, or menu is locked. One of those two means we can do inputs. Howdy, Rune. Papa Glindwar says, I've just been updating a plugin I made for Godot and discovered loads of code I'd written to enforce snake case to snake case is a free method in GDScript. Must have been programming in a fugue state. Yeah, okay, this is better. So basically what I'm trying to say here is the player inputs, which includes moving forward through dialogue, are locked behind a check that tests whether or not you're in a menu, basically, or the menu is locked. Now, what's crazy about this is that the menu, we were thinking that the menu was locked. So somehow, I mean, I don't know. The first thing I would say is like, isn't it a bit weird that we're doing this check? That's the first thing I would check. I would say. I guess we'll check this as well, else. We're going to figure it out. Wow, what a loser. The person who keeps posting this stuff like every day, they keep making bots. Who is that for? What an idiot. Oh, I can't do inputs. How is this logically different? Maybe I just misunderstood. Hey, Zach. Menu is unlocked. Yeah, they're changing the words they're changing the spelling of the words to escape the ban filters. Is in menu and locked. This must have been doing nothing. No, but the same guy is changing the spelling every day of all the different. They're like the message is not the same text every time, is what I'm saying. What did this used to say? Let me check the diff on this. It can't have been doing anything useful. Unless just like I was misunderstanding what it was supposed to be doing. Context system. Let's have a look here. If it's not the case, this is in menu. And it's locked. All right. Oh, I see. Being in menu is not a reason not to do it. Being in a locked menu is a reason not to do it. I see. Hey, Horror Angel, thank you so much. It's either there's no menu or the menu is locked, I guess. I don't really understand. I'll be honest with you. Right, because there's a menu here and it's unlocked. So we should be able to do it. So being locked stops us from doing inputs. I still don't understand what this is. This means that the menu's unlocked, right? But we already know that I don't understand because we already locked it. Is it not lock? It's locked, bro. Menu's locked. So if the menu's locked, are we not in the menu? What's with the big switch case though? Oh, don't worry about this. This is important for other things. This is for like handling, this is my get input down function. Because I'm not using the new Unity system, this is me checking if you're using a keyboard or if you're using a controller, returning true depending on which. Don't worry about it. That's fine. The body of this is just fine. It's really just this. Let's try again. True. Right. So it's both. We're in a menu and it's locked. And so because we're in a menu that's locked, we're not allowed inputs. Oh, this is because it thinks it can remove the parentheses. It's probably the case. And then this could probably be tightened up. Wrap expression. I don't like that. But I think input config can be probably taken away because we're in input config. I'm printing in the else block. Correct. I am debugging with this because I'm trying to figure out why we can't input. I'm doing it on purpose. I think we're in a menu and it's locked. So the only time we're allowed to do that is if we're not in a locked menu, or any time we're not in a locked menu. But then why would I don't understand. I don't understand. If the menu's locked, we're not checking any inputs to the game? That's crazy. Can I put captions on? There are captions. You should be able to get them. The closed captions are on. But I don't know how to make them Brazilian. That's up to your side, I think. I think they're English captions, but I don't know how to make them multi-language. So the only thing I can think of, and I don't know how this is like how I've done this in the past. I don't understand how I did this with the Harriet cutscene, because in that sequence I'm doing the exact same thing. Well, it's an old project, Jax. I'm doing the exact same thing and it works. So do I make a change here that's really global about how input is processed? I can recap it. I'll keep it simple. Okay, we've got our menu. The menu can accept inputs, right? Because you can move around the level and stuff. Then we've got the dialogue system. And the dialogue system is sitting on top of the menu in this case. The thing that allows us to tell, when there's a little feather here, the little thing that allows us to check whether or not we're allowed as the player to continue is currently being blocked by the fact that this menu is locked. This code has been the same for years. So presumably it's the case that it works. There's something that used to make it work that no longer does, or some aspect of it that I'm doing differently here. Correct. I would say the thing that we should be doing is placing the input context on the dialogue. But what's happening is that the dialogue engine doesn't even live in the context system. So this is completely independent from this. It's just like a thing that exists outside of everything. But why? Because I haven't built it yet. Because this predates this. That's why. I just haven't refactored it. That's all. So, I mean, like, the smart thing to do would be just fix it. But I don't know what will go wrong when I do that, because I don't know if there are other parts in the game where, like, I'm expecting the dialogue to operate in some other way. I guess having there be exceptions is not a good... Yeah. Having there be exceptions is probably not a great thing to manage, even if it requires a refactor to unscrew. It'll save us in the long run. Okay. I also don't love this can input thing. I don't like this check anyway. But we'll see what happens. Okay, well, dialogue engine... I'm trying to think about how I'm even going to... Oh, thank you. The problem is that the dialogue engine kind of exists outside of the context system for a reason. I'll tell you what, there are cases where we don't need this. So, like, one of the cases would be when there's an NPC talking and the player is allowed to run around while they're talking. In that instance, that shouldn't trigger a context layer. Or maybe context layers need to have a Boolean that says whether or not they're allowed to be stealing input. Right now, the context system by default is like, I am sitting on top of gameplay. There's like gameplay and then menus. The alternative solution for this, which is super easy, is just place the check for if you've pressed the OK button on the dialogue outside of that dependency that we were just on. That would be the easy solution, is just don't put it there. Just put it somewhere easier. So right now it's dependent on this because this is getting passed down into something that handles player input. this, it's really bad. It's got like a singleton thing right here. We could literally just replace that with something else somewhere else. It's this line is bad. Let's try that first. Before we do, because I didn't really design the context system to have the dialogue inside of it. The thing is, it's the same problem, because these checks are going to happen. We could ignore menu. Pass through it. I think the dialogue being able to be the main context is fine. I think so. I think that's got to be like a future adaptation. I think we just have to put that in the to-do list later. So this will now hopefully work. The thing is, I don't know what parts of the context, what parts of the game, sorry, depend on it being the way that it is right now. So I don't know what I break when I change it. Because there are lots of parts of the game that are very, very, very old. And they might expect it to be a certain way. It works. Hooray! But it didn't actually do anything. So now we have to, I guess, unlock the menu. Wait a second. Why was it able to get us through all of this? I'm confused. What was different about that last input? Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Dismisses all that. Just gotta make sure I have room. Click. None of those inputs mattered. I mean, I could put this forward a little bit. Nope, nothing. Was the dialogue closing? Okay, so now we've got to ask, maybe we do a bit of a check here to see what's going on when we press forward. And maybe this is another thing, menus versus contexts can be different. Well, I do use Git, and we were able to check. Okay. So, what programming is the best for card games? Anything will do. Card games are easy. Godot, Unity. Am I checking for locked here? Like, why? Love 2D. If you want to make a tower defense card game. I have a feeling that for some reason we're not really selecting this or something like that. Like there's something about this that I don't know. I mean, we have to be. But stuff's getting input. The other thing is, well, it has to be locked because I don't want the player input to influence it. That's the thing. I don't want the player to be able to move around in the menu when Armin unpauses, when the dialogue closes and the menu is doing its own automation. I'm locking it specifically because I don't want the player to be able to do anything while it's automating. Which means these button inputs have to be done. So maybe, am I doing something here where I'm checking if locked? No. Do picking. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. No. I built this menu to only respond to player inputs. I'm ignoring my actual menu system. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? This is using the player input, not the menu input. So this is always going to return false if the menu is locked. It's always going to return false if there is a menu that is... Yeah, if there's a menu that's locked, it won't work. Because get input down, I mean, here we need to we would need to check through the false. I mean, true, sorry. We need to ignore menu. But that's even worse because this do default state is happening on do state, which is happening if the menu is open. I suppose that's okay. It just means that it's always going to be checking this. I mean, it's a quick workaround to add this. What's the release date? A couple of years. It's a quick fix, but what would be the better way? I think this sends the input to... Yeah. Wouldn't you allow player meddling this way? No. Oh, yes. You're right. I would be. Yeah, I'd be doing that. What's the word that I'm looking for here? The problem is, okay, let me explain it again in simple terms. Not again, but re-explain the new problem. Okay, I got this system called menu controllers. Okay. Menu controllers do basic point-to-point navigation in the game. Okay. So a menu controller says, hey, I've got this thing that I've called a UI focus. UI focus. And the UI focus has things it can do. It can go left, it can go right, it can go up, it can go down to navigate to the next thing in the UI. These things, the events to make this check what's left of it and then go to the left or whatever, these things get triggered by the context system. So the menu has context. Menu has context and it sends the button presses to these things. But the reason why this isn't working for us now is that I've got, well, these are static, right? They're just hard coded, you know, this button goes to this button or whatever. But because we've got in our equipment menu, we've got a state system. It's not as easy as that because hang on. Because what happens when you press the A button is kind of like, well, it depends on what you're hovering. I suppose I could assign each of these the forward action I could assign to... Yeah, I guess that's what I would have to do. I'd have to go to the UI focus and assign the forward action of each of these to go into the picking mode. The problem is that it's like kind of hard coding it to do it this way. I'm gonna do something here where I'm actually going to still use this system, but I'm going to assign it in the editor, in the script. It's still not great. It's still not great. I don't like it. How did I get here? How did we get to this problem? This was so easy, and I don't know why it was working before and it works in other things. I'm super confused. I don't know. All right, well, let's go for the setup. For each of the accessory listables, L dot I guess get component UI focus dot f dot add listener. Yeah, and then menu set state. I don't think that's what I can do. I think I have to pass in a function name. The ideal solution here, it's tough. I don't actually know. I guess for the sake of writing it, it's really convenient. Hang on. If we just back up for a second, there are some things that are easy and solvable, and there are some things that are much harder. The thing that I like to do, the thing that's hard that has nothing to do with the context system is what to do with input checking inside of a state on a menu. So having you want to be able to say, okay, we're inside of this state. This is the set of inputs that we're looking for. And this is what happens when the player presses those inputs. That as a context specific, and I say the context, I really just mean situational specific thing, is very manageable like this. It's very easy to read, feels good. The problem is that a context system that we're talking about higher up, in the abstract, a menu context system that just passes inputs between things doesn't it just passes button inputs, basically. It's there to say, here's a thing that's got control, and I guess the way we could do it is just have the context system, rather than have it pass inputs, it's just a stack and says, hey, you're on top of the stack. And then all of the things check. If I'm on top of the stack, I'm allowed to do what I want. That's the other way to do it. But I have to then ask that question, am I on top of the stack everywhere where I do this kind of input checking? I don't know what happened. I hope we're all back. Hello? Did I lose you, chat? You're back on YouTube, but I can't see Twitch chat. Okay, Twitch chat's saying welcome back on my phone. That wasn't even a blue screen. That was just OBS. Straight up closed itself. I didn't press anything, it just closed. It's a shame I can't see Twitch chat. All right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to do a little something here. Sorry, chat. I don't know what's going on with me these days. I don't know what's going on with the computer. I'm just having a hard time here, I guess. Okay, now I can see everybody's words, but they're not showing up at the bottom of OBS. Do you think so? And not just a, what's it called? Edge? Chromium thing? Yeah, I can read what you're all saying because I've got the browser open with Twitch in it, but unfortunately, let me see if I can bring up the chat box. I don't know. I really don't want it to be a memory issue. Let's just pretend we're in focus mode, but I can see everything everyone's saying. All right, coming back to our problem. So the solution would probably be, yeah, have the context system not pass inputs, or pass inputs, but also just have this check where we just say, hey, are we the main menu thing? There is a game menu page thing here, which is part of a mono behavior, but it doesn't have anything to do with being on the stack. The thing is that, oh God. It is straightforward. There's just more layers to this. Like the game menu currently is a series of, it has one menu controller. For like 6 different menus. And they're all just passing focus back and forth between each other because the book has different pages, right? So the context is not the equip menu. That's not the thing that has focus or not. What has focus, or what has context, is the menu controller that is the game menu, which then has the different pages in it. So it's not even like we could check, hey, do I have focus? Because it doesn't. This has focus. And the alternative where we give each of these a menu controller of their own is a different kettle of fish, a different can of worms that's also annoying. Yeah, but it doesn't work that way. The thing that has focus is the thing that checks the inputs and passes the UI messages to each of the buttons is this thing. It's not actually this. And I don't support nested menus, menu controllers. I don't really support it. Why is this all happening now? I don't understand. I'm so shocked at why, after like 8 years and like 5 different cutscenes that do this exact thing I'm trying to do, today I'm having this problem. It's very annoying. Yo, actually, all of OBS's Chromium things are broken right now. We can't see the current viewer count. We can't see chat. I wonder what. Yeah, I just was using one as a reference earlier today. I've had like 3 of them, and I never ran into this problem for some reason. It just worked back then. Maybe because of a loophole that I've accidentally closed at some point in the recent past. But not all of the stuff that I touched today, all of the code is like years old. Haven't touched it as far as I know. So it's still confusing to me. Anyway, let's just come back to what we were talking about. So this problem of I have inputs I want to do. How do I manage them? I think we could say if menu controller has focus, but even then that's not really what we want. Or a better way to do this would be to have like is open. Okay, here we go. I got this. Okay, game menu page needs a public is open. Bad. What else? Designs, quests. This is old. So we're now done inventory, equipment, designs, quests. That should be enough. Now we just need to go, I guess, pause menu. Yeah. Okay. And then this, we say is open. So it's actually it's enabled. Yeah, is Clair Obscure good? I've heard good things about it. I've been waiting for a Western turn-based RPG. Crazy. Okay, is open. Has focus. Hey, Scuffy, thank you so much. I gotta fix that palette. I gotta add a new one. It's gotta be. We gotta do better. I don't love it, but hang on. Someone called out in my house. One sec. Pals, I'll be back in a sec. One sec. Okay. I wish I knew how to. Hey, Void Plane. Sorry I missed that. My wife just downloaded a Trojan, so she's struggling with that at the moment. And my computer's been blue screen of deathing, and it's not great right now. You got it though. Tech is not on my side today. All right, it's in. Billa Lynchy, what color? Yeah, she tried to get a PDF converter.
Can you just not out me?
You don't want me to tell him?
Just don't say what I did.
It's pretty fair. It's pretty honest. You just use an online PDF converter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got 2 Trojans and something I didn't want.
Yeah, I'm saying they can be insecure, and that's not up.
I knew
that's
it
honest.
was insecure when I did it, and I just thought I might get it, and I didn't get it.
Yeah, people do that all the time. You didn't do something so dumb. You didn't click on an ad.
It was so dumb. It was like so dumb.
Everyone says it's fine. Everyone says it's pretty.
Fine.
It's not fine, but it's common. I'm saying don't be embarrassed.
I am a little bit.
Okay.
But also.
But me telling them is not. It's pink. Good job. Me telling them is not an indictment on you.
No, I made a mistake. I got malware bites. It's quarantined.
Mm-hmm.
But now I have to change all my passwords.
Yep.
It's me versus the hacker.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of time.
Yep. You got to get on it quick before they do it all.
He knows everything. Probably from Russia. What time is it in Moscow?
I don't know. All right, I'm going to get back to what I was doing.
Fuck.
We're in the middle of something really, really complicated. So I need all my focus right now. All right, so this has focus check. It's good. It's fine. This will work. But it would be good to like have this kind of step in, I guess. I don't know. It's fine. It's fine for it to be here. What else was a menu that did this? Inventory menu. Yeah, like this here. Oh man, pardon me. It's tough here because I Hey, Billa Lynchy, when you know what kind of Easter egg you want, let me know and I'll put it in the doc. You can message me on Discord or whatever. Pardon me. I don't love this. But it's state dependent. Like the thing is, if I'm in a menu and the menu page that we're on, let's say we're on the equip menu. The equip menu has a bunch of different states to it. So it's like, here's a thing, here's a thing, here's a thing. When I click this, I go over here and I select from a bunch of things here. Pressing the back button, if I'm focusing this, does something different than if I'm focusing this. So I can't do some sort of like global input check on these and say, hey, if you press back, close the menu, because that's already not the case if I've got 2 levels of depth on it. So instead, it's like, I need to do these checks everywhere, annoyingly. But then we need stacks for everything. We need stacks for the states. Like what you're describing now isn't even just, it's not even just, it's like game menu, and then it's like equip menu, and then it's like state of the equip menu. It doesn't, these aren't even equal things. These are things nested inside of each other. So the idea of managing the nested things inside of each other as if they're equivalent things, to me is not architecturally very sound. I do have yeah, but this isn't even like you're thinking in terms of the current exact thing we want to do. But I'm thinking like, how should the context system work? And actually the problem with this is that like we're really talking about like literally 3 different systems that were written at different times for different purposes and how they should relate to each other. Like this is the focus system. We'll call it that. Or menu controller. This is for point-to-point movement between items and interacting with buttons. This is the context system. Well, sorry. This is the context system. For dealing with the game layer, where the player's UI is here and the player's running around, versus menus, versus other menus that sit on top of that. E.g., this is a shop menu for an NPC, and then this is the pause menu on top of that. That's what the contexts were supposed to be. That was the idea of contexts. Basically, it was things that can darken the screen are contexts. That was the idea for this. Like a modal overlay that appears on top of the thing. Now we can talk about whether or not dialogue should sit in there, or whether or not the menu system for the game menu, as in the pause menu, should be built in such a way that it stacks on top of this for every component inside of it. I didn't design this to do that. So it would be a pretty significant refactor to have the menu be a layer, and then the pause menu inside of that, the first, the nav, be a context, and then the page on top of that, that's the equip menu, be another layer of context, and then the second page of the equip menu be another layer of context. I didn't design it that way. And then you're saying, oh, okay, well, we should just have dialogue that sits on top of that. But like in this context, the dialogue has kind of nothing to do. I mean, like, fair enough. It's not out of the question that we could think of it this way, but it's not how it's been built. So like a lot of the design, a lot of the features of these systems are kind of like would need to be rethought or changed a little bit in order to have this, which makes sense from the abstract top-down sort of, you know, if we're just saying like, oh, it'd be nice if it worked this way, that'd be easy. It's like, I suppose so, but it wouldn't be any better than what we're doing now, except for this exact one thing that we're trying to do right now. Like the other alternative could be just have this thing just never live on this system, and then just be a separate issue, be a separate thing that doesn't try to check the inputs as part of this. Right now it's just being blocked because it sits on top of this. But if we just put it parallel to everything else, it won't be a big issue. It's just that this is bound by the focus system, which sits kind of like on top of the context system. I could make the thing that doing what you're describing does, the unfortunate thing, even if it makes sense, like as in conceptually easier to model mentally for us, it then creates a different problem of we have to then take away the focus in order to move this stuff. And then we have to, like, if I want the text to be on screen while stuff is moving around, now I need to have a state for this where it's visible on screen but not the active context. Which is just like a different wrinkle. It doesn't actually make it easier for us. It's like adding bulk for the sake of comprehensibility, which is fine, but it doesn't get us closer to our destination, because I also have to then support context layers that are not stealing focus. Like right now, in this cutscene, I happen to be dismissing the dialogue when you're moving through the menu, but I don't always do that. Like if I don't hide the dialogue, then I've got to have a different, basically a condition that says, hey, I'm open right now. I am the top context, but I'm not the top context. You know, I'm, you know, and then I've got to worry about like, can it double up the inputs if I press a button here? And then, but this isn't the like active context because it's allowing the pass through. Does this also receive the same button input? How do we handle that? Like it's, I'll give you the credit in that it's probably a better way to organize it if we were starting from scratch. It's a totally valid thing from just like we're designing the input for the game, we're designing the menus, things that are visually on top of each other should be the things that take precedent over the things that are below. And that's fair. And pressing back should just navigate down through the stack. Makes perfect sense. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that I'm sort of 8 years into a game right now. And I'm a bit, I already haven't done that. That's the problem. And I think there are reasons why we might want it to be different. Like have the systems be parallel and not really sitting on top of each other. Like it feels clean to do this, but I'm just not sure if it's the right solution without building it first and then trying. Yeah, I agree with you. So let's now do something here. Let's be smart. So right now, pardon me, the problem is that let me fix this. Let me just do what I'm doing here. Let me just finish this, yeah? So we're looking at inventory menu. Does design menu? No, design menu doesn't. Does quest page do it? No, the quest page doesn't do it. So equip menu is the only one that does. But that's checked by has focus on do state. The thing is, well, it should be fine. That should be fine. The other way to think about this would be, you know, if it's enabled, then if it's not enabled, yeah, damn it. I don't know. It's getting really complicated. But I think what I've just written now should at least allow these things to still function. Oof. Okay, that didn't look good. What's the problem here? Oh, because I didn't plug the menu into them. Okay, so I have to go game menu, and then each of these now has a menu controller. That we need to pass into it. Okay. Still good? Oops. Okay. Okay, well, that seems fine. So the next thing is can I pass through on each of these menus? 1 second, pals. Okay. So now we just have to check I guess what we need, if we just work our way back up, I think we need to not check these. I think get input down is wrong. I think instead what we need to do, because right now the menu, yeah, this is the ocean theme, Luke, from the material setting, the material theme. So right now I've got two different systems, and the two systems that govern this, we've been talking about them already. One is the focus system, and one is just general player input. These systems are opposite in how they behave. Focus system sends inputs down. Whereas the way that I've written this, we're polling inputs out. So this is like an event-based. It says, hey, you've been told to press the forward button now. What do you do with that? Whereas this is saying, hey, is the player pressing jump right now? Now, the only way to make this use this without feeling like it has to be, like what you don't want, I don't want an event-based system for this. I want to be able to poll the inputs from inside of this. It just feels right. So the only way to do that is to have a value that gets flipped on the frame and then unflipped on late update. So it's like, it's just true for the duration of the frame so that when you check it, it's true when it's been true. And as long as it's been set, you know, in the last frame, or as long as there's no race condition where this is checking before it's been set, then it's fine. I don't think that's the best way to do it, but it would allow me to basically just, you know, replace this with something else. It's tough. It's really tough. Because if I don't want to do that, the other way to handle this, like let's just say, no, Adam, let's use the event-based way. All of the logic for how the buttons work needs to be sitting on the buttons. It can't be sitting on the menu. The button needs to say, when I get told to press forward, I do this. Which means the button needs to have an event on it that tells the script to do something, or the script needs to be listening for the button. Which sucks because that's not state-based at that point. The events can come at any time for any reason, and the state would just be there to, I guess, filter out buttoned inputs that we didn't want to happen at a certain time. Whereas this is great, like it's just an update loop. I'm just checking the inputs inside of the states. It's nice and modular. It's really easy to just say, hey, like if we're in this state and the player presses this button, get out of this state. You know, that feels good to me because it doesn't require me to add a structure that has inputs on it. Do you know what I mean? Like the equip menu has a left page and a right page. I can't believe we're talking about this in the year of our Lord 2025. So like this thing here, this page and this page would need to basically have their own, and they do, like their own focus groups. That's what this is. This is the equivalent of what Elzak is trying to say. This is the context layer that's going to capture an input. And then there's another one on the right side of the screen, this vertical layout group. And this probably, it should have its own, Where are they? Oh, not this side. Accessory list view. Accessory list view should have its own focus group. So what we would be doing is setting the back instruction on this focus group to exit the state. That's what we would do. And you would place it either here in the way that I've got it here, right? You'd say, okay, we haven't locked. Well, there it is. I actually did do it. Look, check this out. Right at the bottom, I've got, when you press back, exit accessory list. So in a way, I'm actually already doing it this way. It's just that I don't have all of the buttons doing this. They're not, all of the buttons that are set up in the menu are not all being set this way. So the solution is keep going by putting everything in the inspector, or literally at the top of the script, tell all the buttons what their functions are, which is where we were 20 minutes ago. We were talking about this potentially. I hate it. It sucks to not have visibility over what the buttons do. Like this not being in the script, it kills me. Because it means I have to go, there are two places I have to check to see where input is handled, or what happens when you do inputs. But what else can I do? What's my other option? I think I have to go this way. I think I have to place them here. Like what else? What are my other options? It's just that I end up with this giant front-loaded code at the top that says set up inputs, and then I have to look through those and see what they do. It's probably going to be a bunch of for loops, you know. There is a neat feature of this system that I've got where the inputs get passed down through the set. So if I write this back, because it's happening on a group, the group applies to all the child elements if the child elements don't have their own back input set, which they don't here. So it does save me from repeat assigning. It's just that I have to then reference all of these groups. And if I was to be really, really smart, if I wanted to be really best practices about this, I would delete the focus group altogether, and I would have focus buttons, they're called UI focuses, be nestable. So that there's no such thing as a group. It's just parent UI components and child UI components, and they all behave the way that this is. Like there's no group. The group is just another abstract button that has buttons inside of it. And those are LZAC's context layers at that point. At least for the UI system. The problem is like the whole game is not built that way. Like it's just not built that way. So it's unfortunate. They don't even share a class. It's so bad. They just derive from mono behavior. Super embarrassing. This is like a can of worms that we could just never touch this and the game could release and it would be fine. Or it's like a week of work that I could just get stuck on and refactor all the menus in the game just for the purpose of this being a little bit better. I hate it. I hate that I'm here with this problem. So anyway, let's just get through what we're trying to do. The answer to that would be to remove on equipment menu. It would be to remove these get inputs and instead place the things. So default state means that we're focusing one of these. So left side, content, accessories, accessory grid. Accessory grid needs a back or a forward button. It does, it needs forward. And then, or in this case, it's, yeah, set state picking. That's it. I wonder if I can just say set state. So forward, this function, equip menu, set state, doesn't show up. Interesting, because usually enums do show up, unless it's private. But we wanted it to not do this. We wanted it to actually be hard coded in here. So let me, I guess, let's do it this way then. Public UI group. This is called left side accessory lib. What is this? This is the accessory container. Maybe input container or like focus. And this is the list focus container. I'll call it the picking focus container. So off the top, we need to say wait, what? We're already there. In default, we set picking. Wait, so I already did that? So I did it twice? So basically, this is going to destroy our state machine. Basically, that's what's going to happen because we won't ever need to put any code in any of the state updates. So this is unequip focused accessory. And that was if we press the attack button on this guy. Oh, I don't have that. I don't have it. I don't think I've got it as a potential input. I've just got up, down, left, right, backwards, forwards, menu button. I think we just got to have this here. And this one. They just have to stay there. I can't use them. I can't streamline them because I don't have support for pressing the other the other two face buttons when you're inside of a menu. I don't have them bound to anything. Okay. They're not bindable. So a range state. A range state is, see, like, this is the thing. This is the problem. This is the problem. Okay, I've got, this is the grid of accessories, right? The grid of accessories, when you press back while focusing an accessory, if it's in default mode, it'll leave the menu. If I'm in arrange mode, it will leave arrange mode. So like, I got to put the state management in the back check. I got to catch the input as like pressed back on grid and then check which state I'm in. Doesn't that suck? Isn't that so much worse? How ugly is that? Whereas here, I was just like, oh yeah, in the arrange state, if you press back, do this. Oh, man. I really hate this. Doing it a different, this makes so much sense to me. Doing it the other way feels putrid, feels gross. Where you have the button and you're assigning different functions to the button based on what state it is. That's just not how the logic is set up. That's just not how a human thinks. Yeah. I mean, it'll mostly work now. The only thing I need to do is go do picking state and then this is exit picking state. So I'll be able to cheese through this with just those two. It's just forward and back. I'm not pressing alternate buttons on anything. So like technically we can just do, this is the accessory list view. And that's the picking focus container. And then this is the accessory view on the accessory grid. That's the primary focus container. So hopefully that still works now. Did that work? I can't do that. Well, we can see if it works. No. I could check it now though. Yeah, it does nothing. I need to check to see if it assigns it. It does not assign the forward button on the accessory grid. Does it not? Is that right? Oh, okay. In which case... we love the log. Nothing. Well, these don't have anything assigned to them. And all of their parent is the grid. So assigning forward should call, it should play. I'm so upset. This sucks. Okay. No, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. We're not far. It has no persistent events. Why? I wonder if it assigns. No, but E is set up. Oh, when do these get created? Well, we're not doing equipment. We're doing quests. It's just that I just wanted to quickly get through the tutorial cutscene because all of these quests involve crafting and making equipment. I'm not really here designing the menu. It's done. I'm just trying to get a quick thing through. Do these get instantiated at any other time? I mean, or is start just not getting called? Or is accessory focus container not the container that I thought it was somehow? Zero. How is that possible? How is that possible? How can this be zero after I just did add listener? Am I making a mistake? Am I confused? Or is persistent event different? Is persistent, does that mean something? Maybe I'm not using persistent event count correctly. Is it get calls? There isn't a way to get the current number of listeners. How is this? What? There is no way. That's m.persistentCalls.count and then m.calls.count. And that's internal get calls count. But is calls call instances? How do I get the calls? Can I extend this somehow? Can I add an, what do you call it? Extension method that just returns m.calls? Is there something unreliable about this number, though? Right. Well, then I guess my whole system's broken. Unfixable. I guess I have to quit Insignia. Because this whole thing is built on persistent events. If I can't count how many things are on a button, then I don't know to send the button up. I can't tell the button to send its input to its parent if I don't know how many things are registered to the button. And if I'm doing it at runtime, that's going to happen. But it does matter. I'm explaining it. This does something. It sits inside of a group that does something else. I want to put the back instruction on this thing rather than on 20 of these things. I want to call it once. The only way to do that is to know whether or not this has got something registered to it. If it's got nothing registered to it, it defers to its parent and asks what happens when you press back on it. That literally requires now for us to put it in the inspector rather than at runtime in the script. It's necessary, which means Now we have to do it the ugly way again. It's this. Man, Unity's kicking my ass today. All of this is solvable if I have like 2 weeks of free time to screw around with this. It's the fact that I just want to make a quick workaround, and every little quick workaround option is like fraught. It's not going to work. So, okay, back to equipment menu. We have to set picking and exit picking state on those things. Get rid of these. Sorry, guys. Keep trying. All right. So forward is this. Where is set picking? There we go. Yeah, I should have just used Unity buttons. He says years later. What's going on here? Why have we only got up and down? Hello? Oh, that was weird. It just didn't populate. Okay, well, try it again. Get invocation list. Hey, I fixed it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. It works. We got the whole cutscene. Forward. Okay, but why is there a honey ring there? That's my next question. Oh, probably because we have one already. Wait. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. In this save file. Sure. I mean, you can think what you want. Okay, we need a bit more time between these inputs. Like click, click, like a second between each of them. Wait, can I just do... No. What are these? Oh, they're full seconds. Okay. All right. Clinkers. Cool. Yeah, working on tutorial cutscene stuff. All right, Zoranak wants pink. I think I'll make it go around, like doot 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 doot, and then place it there. Wait, it actually doesn't do that. It literally doesn't do that. Anyway, I'll be. We're gonna do what? We're gonna do clinkers. It's pink. Congrats, that's 3 pinks today. It's your first time, Zoranak. Let me know when you know what you want. All right. So a couple of things when I'm critical about this. One would be it would be nice to it'd be nice to get a little bit of visual feedback on what the player pressed. Like we've got like a virtual player here, right? And it's not really clear what the virtual player is doing right now. We don't have like a visual bling and then the thing happening. I feel like it would be really good to do that. Like when I press forward, it's fine that it goes forward when I press it because I pressed it. But if I'm watching someone play, it'd be nice to have this go boing, and then it goes forward. You know? It's just like a little bit of, because you're not holding the controller, you're just watching stuff happen. So it's not really clear that like when I press the button, you can sort of see things going. You can see this animate over to there, but you can't tell that they've pressed the button. How do I do my animator? I don't have a typical Unity animator. I have a completely different system where I'm just calling the events, calling the animations to press play when I want them to press play. I don't have like a spaghetti state thing. Yeah, what this is probably going to need is like my cursor system has, it's abstract and generic. Like it's like it sits on top of everything as like a singleton. Not abstract and generic, it's specific and it's a singleton. So I probably just need like a feedback effect on the focus. Maybe we should like take this down somewhere. So this is great, but there's a little bit of to do on this. I love leaving myself to-dos spatially. Like having them just be in the docs is actually really cool. It's like, oh, if I ever come back here, I'll find this and go, oh, I need to do these tasks. Like they're not in my face in a giant tree of tasks. They're just like, hey, last time you were here, you needed to do these things. So like add feedback on pointer to show virtual inputs during tutorials to telegraph. So what I otherwise also would do in the past is I would focus the screen. When Armin says, got to make sure I have room, I would mask out black all over the screen to focus on this. And then I would mask out to focus on that. And then I would go. Maybe Armin needs a line where he says, this takes up one slot. So how do I do my masking right now? Otherwise, the player is not even going to understand the grid system. I do my masking here in the combat guards sequence. Set up spotlight. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's basically this. And I'm going to need I could make them functions of the equip menu. That might be the easiest thing to do. To have references of the things that we're focusing. Yeah. Maybe. I don't even know if that's accurate. I'm probably going to have to hard code the areas if I can't pass them in directly. Game menu is on a singleton. I guess I'll have to make a singleton out of the equipment menu. Or reference it. Hey, Apelli. I'm struggling, I'll tell you that much. So it might be nice to have... Well, hang on a second. Let's go back here for a sec. Spotlight HUD is kind of just like a thing, but I could have like Spotlight transform. Spotlight direct transform. That would be the easiest thing to do. Or Spotlight area. Let's do that. I mean, that's the easiest thing to do. Okay, so spotlight area. is something that we can do from anywhere now. We just need to be able to tell our equipment menu which things we want to spotlight. Hey, Deb Spies, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. So this is like accessory listables. The first one, dot. It's not even image. It's like accessory list view dot item displays 0 dot what are these? They're just listables. It's not what I wanted. What even do I call these? I call them you are called what? You are an accessory item listable. Can I cast it? Grid preview. But hang on. Like that. Okay, let's simplify this a little bit. Now, I don't actually know. I think it's center out. So does position, it's going to be dependent on, it's actually like tr.bounds get, can you get the visible center of a, How to get the centroid world position of a transform. Oh, dot rect. There we go. So we just need to now call this. We just need to call this somewhere. We can make it static. I'm just not sure how we're going to call it. So this is, how do we get this? This is game. This is engine dot game menu dot what are you? A menu controller. I think I can get it from pause menu. Nice. Now, it would be great if the pause menu had links directly to the pages that we're talking about. I don't want to hard code the index. Alternatively, we could just have like a static equipment menu. Done. Spotlight accessory grid icon. Okay. I can't call a static script. I would need a separate script here that's going to call it. That's a bit annoying. There's nothing I can do to call this function in a more accessible way. All right, well, let's make it easier. Let's make a thing called Spotlighter. No, we'd still have to pass in all the stuff. Man. That sucks. That's really annoying. How annoying is that? And it would be nice to have a thing called Spotlighter. It's just like in timeline though, I need something that's going to call this script at this point in time. And the thing that's going to call the script has to be a specific script that's going to call this specific instance of the spotlight thing. So it's literally just a script for one function for one cutscene. I can't make it more arbitrary because I can't, like I'd love to pass the transform into here, but the transform's not known to us here because this game, it lives on the game engine, and the game engine's a singleton that's come from a different scene. So there's no local transform that I can pass in. Yeah, you could do, but even then we still need the instance data. So there's no winning. It's literally this. What's going on? Hello? Ugly formatting. Guys. Hey, Forrest Grump, welcome. Hello. You didn't give me some formatting? Hello? There we go. Okay. Yuck. But it's literally the easiest way to do it. This is like I've written a lot of good code in the last few years that make my life easy. This is not one of those years. This is not code from one of those years. So I feel like I'm back in 2017 when I'm dealing with it. It's so bad. Hey, the Devco. Oh, not quite. Almost. So why is it wrong? I mean, it's getting the world position of the thing. Feels right. The center of the world rect of the transform of the object. Like, what else could we want? Green Power Ranger. Mario 3. Do 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 do. Let's have a look. It is larger than this. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. That's the grid that we're supposed to be looking at. Hey, Chartle. And then the spotlight is here. Man, I really put some effort into this. So its world position is, I mean, it doesn't matter what that says. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I don't know what else to do. I could just say, position. That's even worse. So looking at it here, the position here is correct on the x-axis. It's perfect, but the y-axis is off by some amount, because that is the dead center of the position, which is it's anchored here, right? So like, it's not a scaling issue, at least as far as it looks like that way. And it's the right size. Like it'll wrap around it nicely. If it was like out here, I would say, oh, it's a world scale issue. I don't know, man. How does this work? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just increasing and decreasing the scale. No, it's not a mask. It's a completely separate thing. Well, it might use one of them, actually. I think it uses sprite masks. Yeah, but it's like a bunch of sprite masks. It's like a square and 4 circles. Or like 2 squares and 4 circles. Hey, Star Kaiba. So like it's square 1. You see this? Rectangle there. Rectangle there. This circle, this circle, this circle, and that circle. Now, could I have used a 9 slice and just scaled the 9 slice? Probably. But sprite masks just use sprites, so probably not actually. Do I build full end-to-end games? Right now I am. Yeah, you're watching me do all of it. The highlights hierarchy is modified. The highlights hierarchy. The highlights hierarchy. I mean, it's inside of a vertical, okay, vertical layout group. Oh, do I build games for people commissioned? Absolutely not. No, no way. I don't know anybody who would do that. I mean, maybe some people would, but I would not. If you can make games, personally, I don't know why you would make other people's games. Do you know what I mean? It's like you want to make your own games. Highlights hierarchy, e.g. the transform parent tree of the highlight. Maybe guaranteed income. That's fair. You're saying that this is being, if I moved the spotlight out of the hierarchy that it's in, but it's in the same hierarchy as the menu. They're both living on the same hierarchy. I mean, I guess they're both. I could try like unparenting it from everything before I do this. You get the world position. Yeah, I suppose I do. Hey, the Dev Eco. Thank you so much. But like, when I spotlight the area, the position. Oh, I'm setting local position. So the parent of, oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And you're probably right on that. I mean, it's possible that this thing's position could be affecting, and its local scale could be affecting everything else. The problem is I can't unparent it. So why don't I just position? Why don't I just do that? Why do I care about local? In before it all breaks. Hey, that's perfect. Why did I ever question it? But this is like way off. What could possibly be setting it up such that it's perfect in that context, but not right in this context? Oh, because the camera's locked to the center of the screen in the other one. Wait, no, but this is the transform position. Oh, probably because I'm sending the local position to this thing of the HUD. Oh, why do that? It looks so bad. I know the game looks good. I just don't know why this didn't work. Because we've zoomed in, I suppose. The reason why this works with local position is because the spotlight is targeting. They're both on the game layer. They're both on the game menu layer, on the UI layer in front. But if I want to focus something that's in world space, I should pass in the world space position of the thing. Doesn't that seem appropriate? It shouldn't matter where the thing lives. I think this conveniently worked with local position because they happen to both be on the same parent object, but I should have to pass in the position of the thing, the world position, and then figure it out appropriately based on that. And I think, well, there's only two highlights in the game, that one and the other one. So add in pause. pos X, pos Y. It could be local position here though. Oh, maybe I just did this wrong. Yes. Yep. Yep. I'll do that. If the transforms are children of... We should just place it... The parent object of the masks should be something we can just place. And then we don't have to worry about anything. So like... yeah, this is a big, big shade. And then all of these should have an empty parent. Called Spotlight Anchor. And the anchor just takes all of these and does that. Let me just do that. All right, let's see if this works and then we'll figure it out after that. One sec, babe. Wait, why did these end up out? Oh, hang on a second. I can't believe how much yak shaving we're doing right now. This is like unseen levels. Okay. Yak shaving, like this thing of like shaving the yak is when you've got like multiple levels of tasks that you're doing, all in the name of some other task that you were supposed to do ages ago. Like a digression on a digression on a digression on a digression. Hey, Arya. Thank you. Thanks for watching and being here. Hey, we did it. It worked. Now, fingers crossed it also works here. Nice. Cool. Okay, and then I think this will fit hide spotlight, hide dialogue straight away. It is supposed to equip the sword. We don't have the sword as an equipable item yet. That's the next step. All right, taking a break, be right back. He comes back now. Make a reason why it flashes. I don't know what you mean by that. All right. Gosh, I can't believe how much I've been punished really badly today. I've had a bad run of bad luck. Let me just do a commit. I'm so distracted, I haven't even committed once. Adds tutorial. Cutscene for equipment. Menu. So bad, actually so bad. I'm just dumbstruck by how much of a digression that was. All right. So the next thing, the first thing on our task list today, we tried to get through was accessory tutorial. And somehow accessory tutorial has pushed us to literally this much time. Why? Okay. That sucked. That sucked so bad. Oh man. Far out. What pain. It's like I lost my whole day. All right. So the next thing is, hang on, let me close this door. Okay. So the next thing that we wanted to do was to turn this into, we want weapons to be equipment. Or at least that one weapon. We should probably have like an accessory called weapon. And it's just the one. You can only ever have one for now. Maybe later we'll figure it out, what it looks like. And I mean, we could make it really easy and just not do it, but I think we have to do this way. This is not going to be trivial. It's not a lot of code, but it's not easy. So right now we have test sword. We're going to make a second one of these and call it his name is, what's his name? Not Gunther. Wilhelm? Not Wilhelm. Walter. Walter Sword. Okay. Now, we need to give the player Walter's iron sword when they complete this design. Oh, that's great, because designs are designed to do that. So I don't give them an iron sword. I give them Walter's sword. Okay, that's easy. And I just need to go Walter. I'll call it Walter's sword. Wouter. Walter's sword. So this is an iron sword design, but it should be Walter's sword design. That should all work. And then the tutorial is waiting for Walter's sword forged. For Walter's sword. Yeah, I saw that. Now, why is that not showing us anything? Fixed. I think I know why. But where's the cutscene? Why you no cutscene? It doesn't even queue up. Now we're back to square one, where we're trying to solve problems that I didn't even know we had. Have I already given Armin an iron sword? Is that a thing? Could it be that we don't have a GUID? We do. I don't know. Does it show up here? It does. What the heck? Oops. Well, we'll have to fix that, but anyway. Well, this isn't really Walter's sword. His would have a different handle, but I'm just using this for now. This is closer to Armin's sword. Well, it is Armin's sword. So what's the problem? What is the problem? Oh, is it that we're trying to forge? Hang on a second. We're trying to forge the design. But is that? Wait a second. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Of course we are. Maybe I just need to reassign this somehow. I mean, there's nothing else I should do. It's fine. It's all good. Nothing to enqueue. But is it just a asset database refresh? What's going on? I don't know how it doesn't work now when it worked before, because all I did was change the name of the thing, which has no bearing on anything. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's even being told to play. The cutscene's like it's weird. This Walter's sword condition knows that it's time to play. So it's actually checking, yep, you did that. Good job. Correct. And then in here, it's going here and going, nah, this is not true. It's not ready. If I took this away, it might work now, but I shouldn't have to do that. What the hell? Maybe the way it was serializing, there was something weird there. Okay. And then we just need the honey ring to be 0, because we won't have it at this point. Nice. Okay, well, I'll just... It might be a race condition thing where it's being... But it can't be. It literally can't be. There's absolutely no reason why this condition required to play would fire two different things depending on what... There's absolutely no way that could be any different. Because it's the same system. They're both doing the exact same thing. So I have no idea why that didn't work. I have no clue. It's literally going to check, like, it's the same check, it's the same evaluation. What the frick? My B key was stuck in. But they can't be different because one, the only reason as far as I know, the only reason the sequence player is checking is because it was told by the state system to check. I'm gonna open it. There you go. You loosened it for me. Love you.
My man.
I don't understand how this goes check, play, sequence player. Sequence player goes, oh, same check, yeah? Nah. Like, huh? How could that possibly be? Wait a second. Wait a second. When we evaluate this, we need to check that design status is as said there. Right. But why would we return false? Just... Right, okay. It's in the inventory. Oh, well, it is in the design inventory. This is going to say yes, but it's not actually true. And in fact, there's a better way to place this. Hey, Evan. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. How you doing? Hey, how are you doing? Okay, here we go. Design check false, design check true, nothing to enqueue. How? I've only been in focus mode because I can't see chat in here. I'm not actually in focus mode. I can see you all. Look. False. And this is checking just the condition behavior. True. And then this is process event, condition behavior to update, invoke, respond to condition change, sequence player gets asked to check, sequence player tries to enqueue the sequence and says, nah, nothing. There's no reason to do that. There's no, I didn't have any reason to. So like, maybe there's a reason among these that we could probably check. It might not be anything to do with the condition. It might just be that it thinks it's not ready for the condition for some reason. The fact that it worked before and it doesn't work now makes me think it could have some kind of race condition thing going on. It could be just racist, you know? That was a perfect pause. Can I just say that? That was the most perfect pause of my life. How many frames off was I? That was like 5 frames. That was a good lead time. So this failed because one of these things is null. Current sequence is null. Wait. This isn't the right place to do this check. Why is it not in the queue? Oh. Oh, I think I understand what might be happening. Why would we do that? That's not what I'm looking for. I'm just, you know, I'm just being a pro gamer here. Okay. Can play sequence. Try enqueue sequence. Let's come back for a sec. So the condition state manager says, hey dude, it's time to play. Sequence player says, okay, time to do it. And it goes, okay, I'm enqueuing the sequence. If I haven't started, start now, which is just like do some stuff. And then if I'm not playing and the current sequence isn't null, but current sequence could be null. So why? It could be that we need to not try and queue, prepare for next sequence. Where we say, hang on a second, next sequence equals get next sequence. Yeah. Let's try that. This is a big change. It shouldn't be, but it might be. It has the potential to be a big change. It worked. Okay. Yeah, well, the thing that we're getting, that's what this does. This gets the next sequence and then enqueues it. The queue that we're talking about here is in the global queue, the global sequence queue, not the queue on this sequence player. The language is very specific. It's very well written. So he goes into, you know what? Let me use an annotation clip track and actually describe what's happening here. Adds, opens, game menu. Try that again. Boom. Okay. And then we open equipment menu. Thank you very much. And then menu, open menu. That opens that does that. Then Armin says, just got to see if it fits. And then immediately goes to the next thing. And then he describes the next thing straight away. But I think what needs to happen is we need like an extra second right here where we give time for player to read item description. There we go. Let's have a look. Because there's kind of two pieces of text on screen at once. It's a bit awkward. Pretty good. Much better. Alrighty. So now the next thing is adds hold a sword. The next thing is we need to make it so that if you're not carrying any swords or weapons at all, then you can't swing the weapon. So accessories. Do they have kinds? No. But items have kinds. Including weapon. Oh, that's great. Well, in that case, Walter's sword becomes a weapon. And then we just need to check to see if you have a weapon. Game system data gear that has weapon equipped. Yeah, this is actually a little more complicated. it's for now, the check is going to be equipped accessories, any x dot kind x dot type. What are these? Game system dot ID. Wait, what is this? This is a bunch of strings. I got a bunch of strings, and I want to check if the game system dot all accessories by GUID at this string is a dot kind equals weapon. What is this? Item dot kind. Oh my gosh. Okay, not a great check to have to do every frame, but that's life. Thank you so much, Elod Man. I started a long time ago. Hey, goblins and gunslingers. So, I can't swing the weapon. I thought we were going to crash for a second there. I thought we were going to blue screen. Click, click. Click. Hey, hey. Look at that. I do use Sprite, yeah. Now we need like... The other thing we could do is now we have to limit... I do everything. We have to limit you to only equipping one weapon at a time. Because 2 swords is too many. I mean, it's not a big deal. It's clearly not slowing the game down, but it's just not very nice to do the check every frame. I also I have like weapons in the game, like an equip menu with weapons. And I do equipped weapon checks. Right now, I think the equipped weapon is always Armin's weapon. 6 blocks? That's too many blocks. So it's kind of, this is all a bit of a lie right now because they're older. They're older and they don't check out. Why would it be important to only have one sword equipped? Because it doesn't make sense in the game. Like, what does the sword do? Oh, do you know what I could do? I can check if you have the has sword effect. I can make it so that swords give you the effect of having a sword. And then I can just check to see if you have that. That's one way of doing it. But it's okay. It's fine as it is. So what the next thing that needs to happen is when you get the real sword, that also needs to be an accessory that you equip. Hello. Okay, I'll be done soon. Maybe 5 or 10. I need a bit, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can I tell you one more fun fact, but you have to turn off the microphone?
All right, chat, sorry you're not allowed on this story. All right, so let's all go to the lobby. All right. Oh, this is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. One sec. All right, random man came to our house. Okay, it's all fine. Everything's fine. It was just a delivery guy who wasn't at the right place. Okay. I think this is bad. It's bad because it breaks the continuity of the game. There's a bit of a story issue here. What I can do is maybe have the guard show up here so that he basically, I don't want you to have a sword at this point yet because there's too much. I guess Armin can have the sword. There's just a cutscene where like a guy goes, "Oh, you got a sword now. Now you're a tough guy." But that's like Armin's had the sword since the first time he saw the guy. So like now you got like 2 swords. You're running around with 2 swords. It's a little bit awkward. If I don't give you a sword here, then you're not going to make a sword. I could just make him, oh, you know what? I'll just make it so that you craft something else. It's just not a weapon. It's just a different object that happens to be a 2x1 or something like that. But the conversation's it's about swords. So like, and it needs to be something that Armin could equip. The pauldron, maybe? Maybe it's the pauldron. A shovel. A shovel actually would be pretty good. It needs to be kind of like a weapon. Oh, not a weapon. It needs to be armor, I think. Because it can't allow you to do attacks. I think an iron pauldron would be the right thing. Hey, Songa. Like, it needs to be like cool and equipable, but not a weapon. A shield is too obvious. It's too like, you would think of Armin as being able to wield the shield. It has to be kind of invisible. So, and I have pauldrons in the game as well. So I think we're in a good spot. Now, does he have a pauldron? He does. It's like a halo thing. All right, let's do this. Wait, what's a curious? That's a fun word. Oh, that's the chest piece. Hey, thank you so much for watching. Oh, hey, Dr. Mo, welcome. I don't like the preview. It's not, I don't like to look at it. I don't know how else to put it. It's just distracting, in my opinion. Like, if I had to move my eyes to look at it, I'd be wasting time. That's kind of how I think about it. This is 64 by 64, this one. Oh yeah, of course, and you can wishlist Insignia right now if you're interested. It doesn't look very good. Sometimes throwing an outline on something does that. Just kind of makes it look bulky. Nice, that's better. Hey, Marin. Thanks for watching. UI? Assets, sprites, item. That makes sense. Now, I'm going to have to change the things that you get. Why isn't the mountain scene included in the Steam screenshots? I don't know. Is it not? This one? What scene is the mountain scene? I just added a couple enemies to it. It is. I'm not usually on this late. It's a 3x3 altar. Now I need an icon for it. Sprite grid. I'm pretty sure that is the scene. I think I know what you're talking about, and I think that's the one that it is. I think it just looks unfamiliar because it's got enemies in it. Not quite.
Dinner's nearly ready.
Okay, I'll be off in 2 minutes. I'm a pixel too big. 1, 2. Now we're okay. Sure. Nice. Looks fine to me. Did I darken it at all? No, it's all good. Maybe just a little bit here. Cool. This is a sprite. I hope that's how you spell pauldron. like Paul drawn. It's Paul drawn. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then these are, the components are going to be wrong. It'll be like broken. It'll be like iron leather strap, iron chunk, something like that. Not these three, but okay. Saved. Okay. Cool. Okay. There's a question. Pauldron. Cool. Okay, I have made the change. Let us begin the quest. Thank you so much. Boom, boom, boom. Sick. That was easy. Back to knowing what I'm doing and being good at game dev. Or at least feeling like I am. Whew. All right. Where are we at? I think dinner's going to be ready right now, so I got to head off, chat. Pals, it was fun. Changes Walter's sword quest to a pauldron. Description, nothing. Now, it would be cool if the pauldron did something. Maybe it protects us. It gives us. It could give us armor. That's a thing it can do. I do have armor modifiers in the game. That would be easy. We'll do it maybe tomorrow. All right, pals, I'm going to run. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. Please, please do, if you're interested, check out Insignia on Steam and click that little wishlist button. It helps me immensely. I can't understate or overstate how important it is that we get as many wishlists as possible so that I get a good read of who's excited for the game, who wants to, how many people would be interested in playing it and potentially backing it if we do Kickstarter or even to a publisher, just how much oomph there is behind the project. So I really appreciate all of your support. Thanks. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.